Okay, everyone. Welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV. A Realm Reborn, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Today we'll be working on the MSQ. So get ready, get set, and let's go. Yeah, I would run, I guess the dailies and whatnot, but at some point I really need to progress in the MSQ. Although, technically, I guess, in a way, because leveling is important too. I don't know if leveling up, if I can do dungeons and raids without having to actually progress in the MSQ, so, yes. Okay, so back up here, fast travel. I can't be bothered to walk that far. I'm not in the Realm Reborn in Heaven's Ward like the next expansion. Like right in the beginning of it. Still. Oh goodness, I'm getting new powers. That's a different chocobo. But yes, is carrying a full inventory of cake that I realized I probably don't need. It also look 1212 gil. Synchronicity right off the bat. Wow. Yeah, so getting expansions fixed up. Yeah, like faster. And hello everyone. Okay, taking power, wow. Okay, I have a new power. Rushes target and delivers an attack. Okay, interesting. 30-second timer. Okay, you had to put not like that potato as if we actually thought you meant something else. Okay, I will begin the journey of turning in and receiving quests and clicking and fighting as I work my way through the MSQ and quests and gather up by 50 or more powers. Enjoy the grind, yeah. I love the spin. Yeah, but of course, yeah, some of you know, I'm not here to read unless I have to. I'm here to duel, basically. And also this shield and this weapon. I got in the mail from a man of boxes here in chat. Otherwise known as Cassandra on the server. I also have some items from John C. I like glamour. And take a dip in the hot spring. Yeah, that'd probably be a vibe. However, I don't necessarily have time, as I have a lot of catch up to do. Rapidly upfront. What do you mean? Are you grinding in this game too? Are you on the same server? Are you in the Discord? Just kidding. Actually not kidding, in a way. Marathon stream until I beat Hindwalker. Wow, I actually thought you were talking about Marathon, like the new game. Hello, Nick. I think my sword is a little big. And then it's like, well, it's kind of like Final Fantasy big. I guess it kind of works. But I'm not actually a Dark Knight, so. Yeah, I'm not really blocking much. You're not really missing any, like, cinema. Too edgy for you, yeah. I thought about being a Dark Knight. Just because of, you know, big sword. I'm good with that. Guess I can turn the music on. Hideo Kojima, I've never heard of them. More like a staff and a boomerang. Oh wow, yeah, it does look like the boomerang. My chocobo is slow. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, of course it is. I'm sure you're really used to really fast mounts where you are in the game. Oh wow, beautiful waterfalls. Okay, I'm getting sucked back in. Zero mount speed. Band company chocobo? Is that something I have? Hello, aesthetic. Yeah, Berg. I'm sorry, I was being sarcastic. Hideo Kojima, otherwise known as God and the Savior of the universe. Wait, the one I left at the the free company house is faster? What the heck? Maybe it has like buffs or something. I might need to go get it. What the heck? Hello, bird. Also, that new angel model you built, that is super impressive. I don't know if it's just a new head or an entirely new body. Like, I don't know if this is version 3. Oh wow, first cluster, I thought you meant Go as in like the game Go. Oh, the black orb. I feel like it'd be faster if I just teleported here and then ran over there. Judging by my mathematical calculations, I should probably afterwards. Well, maybe I should teleport now and get the mount I will ride. Literally the name. Let's see. Teleport. Nice. Oh yeah, and I get to check up on any of the upgrades to the free company. A 3D printer, hello temporal, interesting. The programming language, I've never heard of Go as a programming language. There's the mount I won't run in. Wait, yeah, I don't think I've leveled it up at all. I guess I should probably fight with it out. I have no idea. I'm just so used to not fighting with a companion out. Yeah, this is like a whole place where people have homes and stuff. What the heck? What the heck? There's Easter decorations. Angel wave. Shocknock literally typing with the emojis from the Discord server. That's wild. Wow, we don't have any likes at that house. Oh my goodness. Little inside joke for those that know. We have so many different jokes on the Discord server, it's crazy. Okay, this is upgraded. I love aesthetic. Yeah, that's how I would look at on the pixel model, but I haven't actually uploaded any maps to the live 2D. I actually don't know yet how that works. Your retainer has some furniture in the vault. Interesting. The longer it takes me to progress, the longer you get to procrastinate. Yeah, but then you get super, like, not used to your powers anymore. Thank you, Bird. I will send that to Hideo Kojima. Add it to a shrine I have for him. Challenge log stuff to level Chocobo pretty quickly, just fight monsters with them. Oh, interesting. The more things to do, the more they Kojima. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Okay, I believe that's new, maybe. Okay, this is moved around a little bit. Cozy. That's moved. It was over here. I'm gonna actually eat some food. Some of those, and then some of these. They look pretty delectable. I can see Marauder's been here. The coffee and the smoke. Reminding that you haven't eaten. Okay, let's check up on everyone's rooms. Okay, yeah. nice, cozy, a little bit different than before. Okay, stairs, let's see. Maybe it goes to a secret. Okay, it does not. Interesting. Black mage, you press like 4 buttons. Wow. Is there a goal today as well? I don't currently have a goal set. Although, you know, the goal, okay. This is Cassandra's room, right? This is Nana Voss's room? This has to be. They've been grinding. Like, you can tell they're that type that, like, has a home, but they never stay because they're always on the grind. They're always out and about. That's incredible. Incredible. Honestly, easy to maintain. Not a lot of distractions. Wow, lots of room for VR. And this is let me just say, there's like a desk somewhere. This is a perfect VR room. Like, oh my, if I had a VR room like this, oh my goodness. Let me show you the size of like the space I have for VR, including the bed. Let's see. Here it is. This is pretty accurate actually. And even a little smaller. It's right here. Yeah, right here. All of the LVT videos going forward will be made just like that. And then, in addition, you know, the bed. I want to do some interesting things. So you can see that, like, having a space this big, insane. Yeah, in the VR space I have the bed, like, marked out so that when I'm moving around, since I'm a somewhat experienced VR player, I don't have like the walls, so you can set it to where when you move around your space, you can see like a digital wall that pops up like a barrier, kind of like, you know, like they're near your boundaries, but basically you trace the play space, so to speak. And so I don't have walls set up. Like when I get near them, I don't see like a digital barrier, but I do have a light blue outline that is on the floor at all times. So when I'm moving around VR, I can kind of see the line. And because I have it cut like this, I can tell that that little omission, that little like shape is my bed. That room nearly has the same space as your entire house. Yeah, no joke. It's crazy. I don't really bump into stuff. Have I bumped into stuff? Have I accidentally slammed into a wall? Have I had little accidents? For sure. But not a crazy amount. Yeah, this would be a good room to bounce the ball off the walls. Okay, let's see. Oh wow, Jossie's room. Jossie's room. They got a lock on their room. I see. Already there's boundaries between us, because as some of you know, Jossie and I are engaged in the game. In Final Fantasy. I heard there was really good amenities and special, like a special mount and a special dress for being married. So I agreed to follow through with the engagement because it's all about the amenities, you know. under renovations. Wow. Well, absent-minded. You appreciate me being such a big believer and patron of VR. You know, I have to be real. I gotta be real. Even though we're talking about VR. But... you, David Strums. So... in my opinion, this game keeps surprising you. Oh yeah. This is new, I think. There's the drums. So, VR, in my opinion, that's new too. I believe that VR has way more potential than what is currently being showcased. I also feel like there could be a lot more individuals using it in similar ways that I use it, with filming and whatnot. And I think that over time, that will increase, but... oh my goodness, I can't jump over the edge. Dead game. Okay, let's see. There's that NPC down there looking for their friends. I did hear something like that, Potato, about someone putting VR headsets on their animals, like in this case, cows, to try and produce better, or like more milk. I don't know how well it worked. Okay, let me check on my apartment and make sure it hasn't burnt down. The horrible memory, yeah, exactly. You know very little about Final Fantasy XIV. You have 7,018 hours. Oh my goodness. No, you're definitely not trying to catch up. You're definitely caught up. Wow. Oh, more for the Hodima. Oh wait, I don't even know how to say his name. Clearly, I'm not in the fan base. Thank you, Bird. I guess Kojima, there you go. Hideo, something like that. Yeah, so this is my apartment. It looks like there might be a new message, because it's sparkling. Oh, up there. Yeah, it's rather comfy and functional, and there's bread. A lot of bread. I have like many different styles, depending on what you're in the mood for. Yeah, do you like this spot? Yeah, you're sitting because you've been weirdly been craving. That gets really interesting. Wait, is there a new message? Oh my goodness, Marauder with the emoji talk. 9.9. A little more cakey, that's true. There is actually... Wait, even my message I put got cake, what the heck? Phone study, yeah. I'm pretty sure I was here though when these messages were left. Maybe I wasn't for one of them. Sleep well, Blair. Wait, Seth reaches over to turn off the alarm slaps, but it's next to them. Well, it's not too bad over here. Like the shells are kind of off center. Oh well, it's fine for now. I don't remember these being up there though, but maybe they were. Interesting. Am I on the trial? Oh no, I have the game. Okay. Time to return. To fulfill my destiny. Then what server are you on? We're on the Crystal data set. Grand Elder server. Oh my goodness, what a cute outfit. Okay, so I guess I need my other chocobo. I guess it might be faster. Maybe it seems faster, I'm not sure. The vibes are incredible, yeah. In the major cities, there's a lot more players too. I would say if you don't really have, like, hold on, let me adjust my sword. It's like big, but it feels like too big. One moment. Okay, here I come. I'll just have like a little worm with me. A little worm on my shoulder. Maybe this is kind of like a representation of like, you know, you, if you so pleased to be a worm on my shoulder, so desire for the night here. Love Penguin. I've heard of that name, but I never played that. I don't know. I don't even know how people played that. I don't know if it was a game or what. I mean, obviously it was a game, but I don't know if it was like an online, like a web game or something. It looks almost like a hoodie. That is kind of funny. Yeah, I was gonna say that I think if you don't have, like, the best way I can put it is if you don't have a whole lot going on and you're not really sure what you want to do, like you don't have like any particular pursuits, or maybe you do have a pursuit, but beyond that you don't have much else going on and sort of can't do much more than what you're doing, then I think MMOs are a pretty awesome way to explore maybe even things about yourself. I don't know. I mean, obviously though, you can play other games and yeah, really it's all just a matter of like what you're in the mood for. But MMOs, they really, wow, very like cyberpunk sort of vibe, like a chocobo. Oh wow. Oh wow, they're like a mentor. But the MMOs, wait, they kind of look like a Kingdom Hearts vibe. Oh, hello, Spin. Yeah, the Chocobo. Maybe I really should have my Chocobo out more. Well. Way past the age to start over again. Okay, so these are for the Chocobo, right? I believe. Thank you. Feed them to the Chocobo for XP boost. Okay, so like on fighting and whatnot. Okay, let's see. How do I... Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, we have it for, I think, 30 minutes, or maybe that's how long they're out because of the little cabbage that I used. Wizard 101. I've heard that name, but I don't know much about it. Well, thank you again. Oh yeah, I forgot they don't have farewell, they have goodbye. And then I'm gonna cheer. Give my loud as heck roar. Wait, what race are they? I can't tell. Like a human? Oh wait. Oh, there, my cote, I think. Like a cat, I believe. Possibly. I could be wrong. Okay, yeah. Let me send you a friend request. Oh wow. That's a nice outfit. Oh, you're a Highlander. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, there is no tail, so... Oh, very nice outfit, what the heck? Must be a Viper, yeah. Good for this environment, too. I think you're the same as Man of Boxes. Magic, but with cards. Wait, so it's Magic the Gathering. Well, thank you again. Back to the grind. I'm so not used to fighting with my companion. People can explore forums, YouTube, the dark web, whatever they need to avoid being an island, or even go outside. Outside. That's interesting. It's a good idea. Like dabbling in some sort of like dark magic. Okay, now I have like a new barrier. Let's see. Okay, interesting. 90-second cooldown. I probably should have that as like a clickable power. Well, thank you again, Spin. And yeah, I like having, you know, others that can queue up and stuff, especially too if it helps contribute towards things for them. That is always nice. Congrats on 9 months, Golden. 9 months. Wow. I look good at a heal that I don't want to have to use, but I guess could be good for personal combat too. Bird said web game MMO popular among. Oh wait. Getting out Club Penguin. popular among 2000s kids and was very influential for the first online interactions. Interesting that we had, he said, or like people in general. Oh my goodness gracious, that's big. That's a nice one too. Wow. Or cedar now. Yeah, teleporting around just for the speed. Gotta go quick, gotta go fast. I'm fast as fudge sickles. Also, on 1 minute, let's see. I thought it was kind of, well, never mind, I won't bring it up on stream. Cassandra said, Angel, please focus. That's so funny. And yeah, I'm focusing so hard. I'm so locked in. I will say if I was on Twitch, I would probably play like my own music. I honestly might consider, I know I've brought it up, okay, let's be real. When I bring something up over and over again, there's probably a good chance that I may act upon it. I mean, I brought up Final Fantasy for like a year, and now look. You said you notice players like to flex their mouths in this game. They're hard to acquire, you're guessing? Well, yeah, it's kind of fun. I wouldn't say that it's always the flex as much as it's like... So here's something to consider. A new player, or a player that's less experienced, you can imagine when you show them out, it's more of a entertainment value. It's more of like a show them something fun and exciting. For more veteran players, well, that's when you pull out the big chunga. That's when you're like, you know, like when you know that you're around players that are like more veteran, that's when you all are slapping your mouths on the table and you know what? I'm just gonna say straight up, as soon as they pulled out this MMO, my MMO experience told me they probably just pulled something out that's pretty rare. And I feel like I've seen this on a website, and I was just exploring modes. Because when I used to play World of Warcraft, like you sort of get used to the psychology of how people pull out mounts. I don't know if that sounds silly, but you like know when someone's not really bragging, and you sort of know when they're just sort of like showing you something to get you excited in a way for the game, or they pull out a car because they probably want you to jump in. And then vroom vroom. Oh my goodness, there's a little fire. That's so cute. Wow. Did I see the upgraded fountain? I did, like when you walk into the free company. And Jotzi, if you're here, I saw like the dartboard moved, and I saw pretty much all the little changes, I'm pretty sure. Oh wow, Cassandra. Hello. It's gonna be so interesting when the little leaf falls off, the little Discord looking leaf thing. Wow, that's a really nice outfit too. Cassandra honestly always has really clean fits, like always a vibe. You said you love seeing little giveaways at how experienced players are, especially to how they use emotes and stuff for sure. Oh my goodness. A bard. Wow. That's so wild. Hello, Saddle Sign. Also, I don't know. Okay, someone told me I have to stay focused. I wonder who that was. I wonder. Okay, here we go. I'm making massive progress. I thought they were about to put on a concert, like do some bard stuff. Okay, so... Oh yeah, oh sorry, I said no. What I was gonna say though was... Wow, one string? Bravo, bravo. I was saying something. Apparently it wasn't that important. Oh wow. Back to this area. Oh yeah. So well yeah, Twitch, that was another topic. That's true. On Discord, I got caught up on the real life gallery. That channel. And so you'll see like a huge amount of like comments of me replying to different posts, and I also like, you know, looked over all the posts that I hadn't. Okay, let's see. I know about Twitch though. I don't want to spread everyone out, like, too much. However, hello Devin, there are times where there's games that I would really like to play music that I want to listen to. You know, I want it to be a lot more chill and laid back. Like, this is chill and laid back. And honestly, the music is pretty nice. I probably shouldn't. I don't know. I go back and forth quite a bit. But like, imagine I was playing Gran Turismo on the PlayStation. And maybe I don't always want to hear the in-game music. What if I want to play some Bring Me the Horizon or Sleep Token or something to sort of like help with the racing, or maybe some electronic music, you know. I can't do that here on YouTube, or else the hammer will come down on me. Oh my goodness gracious, I can't even imagine going over to Twitch full time. I don't know how most of you would feel about that, because I feel so comfortable with YouTube's structure. Obviously there's multi-streaming, but yeah, it's interesting. All this grass is making you sick. That's so interesting. So yeah, more freedom you could say on Twitch. It's interesting. Better to try and not like it, and try and wonder, and never try it and wonder, yeah. To explore outside one's comfort zone and grow as a person. If only I was a person. JK. You know, if I actually was higher level, they would probably be one shot. I don't think these quests actually level cap you. Oh, David, no, that deserved the drums, it did. You seriously hate Twitch? What do you dislike about it? I mean, I will say, I dislike the ads, but at the same time, I have YouTube Premium, so it's a little unfair for me to say that I dislike the ads more than on YouTube. I don't even see them. Teleport, teleport, boop, boop, boop. Like, okay, so imagine this right now. Okay, comfy. Maybe a little bit annoying when you're constantly jumping around and the music keeps switching. And then imagine you're on Twitch and it's the exact same game, but the music is constant. And the music is curated by me. And the music is maybe music you've never heard before. I think the music thing is honestly one of the biggest things, because when I play games like this, I really am not that concerned about being deeply enmeshed with it. It's more of like it's just sort of like a grind, in a way. For me, at least. For everyone else, it can be a different experience. My life is already like an MMORPG. And the progress that I make in my MMORPG is very fulfilling and very challenging. It is a grind. I gotta do my dailies every single day. I get to check my inventory I get to grow my skill points. And I also, if I don't do these things, you get like the atrophy. It's like coming back to the MMO after a long time. And you have to relearn the powers, and you have to reacclimate and find that rhythm again. Hello, Chris. And Apex, hello. I do truly have moments where I am, like, on the verge of saying I shouldn't play MMOs. I feel like I've actually said that before. But I know that if I play it with this kind of style, it complements what I'm looking to get out of it. Yeah, well, I don't listen to Spotify, so, like, for example, the music I would listen to at times you probably couldn't find on Spotify, not all the time, but the sound of Japanese drums in a performance done at, like, a school, yeah, you're never gonna find that on Spotify. Some of the really obscure jazz music from like the 70s, you're not gonna find that on Spotify, more than likely. So I like listening to stuff that's not necessarily on Spotify. And I've also never used Spotify. But I know what you mean though too. Some would prefer to hear that the in-game volume, the in-game ambience and music, and basically the in-game vibe. I love dogs. The name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Oh, interesting. David Helldiver. You have a different name there. Now I have to look up what is Isle of Dogs. Oh, interesting. It's like a animated looking movie with dogs. Yeah, I think temporal. I honestly think that is okay. Let me put it this way. You said grinding without your own soundtrack is that much more a labor. That is so true. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna put it as clearly as I can. I play MMOs for, yeah, everyone plays it for their own reason. When I play an MMO, and the way that I'm used to playing an MMO, it's a very personal experience. So to kind of feel forced into playing it in a way that I would never play it is kind of, it's counter to my normal MMO experience. So for example, me playing an MMO, I would be super focused. I'd be grinding things out on autopilot, but I would also have YouTube playing on a second monitor, like YouTube videos or something. I would have music of my choice when I decide I'm not like listening or watching something. And basically, the MMO is like half of the experience. It's just a sort of thing happening. you know. And then when it gets to raids and things like that, that's when it's just like, it becomes like Hollow Knight, where it's music and a fight, music and a fight, music and a fight. Like the MMO itself is the backdrop to the task, the goal, the just seeing the numbers down in the boss, getting the gear. Now, there are other times where it's more like roleplay and cute and warm and wow, look at the environment. For sure, getting lost in the sauce, basically. However, realistically, when you have so many different things you're trying to work on and whatnot, it's much harder to feel the value, feel the personal enrichment from those moments, because you are like, I have 2 hours, I have 2.5 hours, I have 3 hours. You know, if you were to just say like, alright, big chillin', here we go. We're beginning the 16-hour grind. You got your snuggie on, your snacks, your recreational items of choice. And, you know, and that would be a different story. But realistically, if I did that day after day, it wouldn't be OVT anymore. I'm just saying. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't have that luxury. That sort of way of playing is no longer an option in my, like, reality, so to speak. Sleep well, spin, tackle. And thank you, the XP game roots. I'll be sure to keep feeding it. "16-hour grind? No, not for real." Stop motion Wes Anderson movie about a bunch of plague-ridden dogs that live on an island of garbage. Very cute and wholesome. I feel like there's a little bit, I don't know, it could be cute and wholesome, but based on how much I say to others, things are cute and wholesome. I have a slight suspicion that maybe it's not fully cute and wholesome. Turning down the car radio when you're nearing your destination. Wait, the opening scene is Japanese schoolboys doing a drum performance? Oh wow, that's wild. The Isle of Dogs, okay. I'll have to ingrain that into my memory circuits, my memory banks. Wait, why am I getting Discord? Something. Oh, I need to mute this channel. Add a new server. Okay. Yarla, thank you for that. It is it's a strange thing. You feel like you want to be mindful. I think I can teleport here and then walk right out. Like, you don't want to upset anyone on purpose, or at least you try not to. Yeah, deep down, I knew and I vocalized over many streams that I resist playing MMOs specifically, but WoW is what I usually would talk about, but part of why I would resist playing MMOs. Oh wow, I went to the wrong place. It's because I understand what it takes. I've also put my 8,000 plus hours into MMOs. When I was putting those hours into MMOs, or specifically WoW, I didn't have a direction. I had the yearning for, I think for a while, I'm not even sure there was a yearning for purpose. It was more of a routine. Okay, this did not work out to teleport. I thought it would take me back to where I needed to go quickly, but it actually was not a shortcut. Oh, up there it is. Okay. I was trying to be fancy. Yay. More travel times means more yapping. Yeah, but Mila, you are, very right, though, about what you're saying. No, I know what you mean, Mila. Yeah. And also, this now does seem a little faster. It does actually seem faster. Maybe, like, the free company has, like, a bonus or something. When you're autocorrects the previous autocorrect. Yeah. So for example, Bloodborne, or Dark Souls, or any of the over 95 games that I have available to play. Like, and they're not all small little games either. That is wild. And so, oh no, Helldivers is definitely one of those games. Like, I'm excited to play that. But I know though that an MMO, in any game like an MMO, could last years. And can be played in a way that you almost never need to touch another game. I'm very, very aware of that. And it's something that truly bothers me. Like, down to my core. Dare I say down to my soul. And I'm not trying to be silly in saying all of that. Because I know, too, there's a lot of love and passion in this game. Wow, it's like a big boat. Oh my goodness. One house in a dream. Here's another interesting thing about my experience with MMOs. When I played WoW, it was also like, okay, there's different periods of playing WoW. There's the, this is the only thing that matters. Everything I'm doing here is the most important thing in my entire reality. Nothing else exists. No social life. No going out. Oh my goodness, I'm being attacked. Wow, because I'm like lower level. You don't care about this game, but you're still clicking on the wrong line. Well, thank you, Tyron. I appreciate that. And I also understand, too, what you mean. And that's really important to me. Yeah, and so many of the bosses, that too, what you're bringing up. That's something I wanted to kind of touch on, is MMOs actually, like WoW actually helped me, and it's not the only game that I played. I would play shooters, I would play Counter-Strike, I would play some Battlefield titles. You know, I would play different things from time to time. And then I would quickly be reminded that I am abandoning my one true love, which is WoW. Just kidding. Well, kind of. And so, even those that they helped with finding a focus, they truly helped me navigate and learn and grow. Like it truly had a purpose, even though at its core, it felt like playing WoW was going nowhere. And yet, playing WoW and eventually finding the feeling that I need to stop was what ultimately ushered in the next chapter. And to sort of, you know, step outside for a moment and speak very personal outside of all of this. I had reached a point where no matter what I was doing, no matter if it was a raid, difficult content, dungeons, you name it, I was falling asleep in my chair while playing. That was a huge indicator that something was wrong and that I needed to change. I needed to wake up, literally. Basically, I had squeezed the orange and there was nothing left. The pulp was gone and it was dried up. Dare I say, like even moldy. Really. Although I will say I love these times where we chit-chat and the game is sort of like a backdrop. It's so nice. Oh yeah, Nyorla, that's a great point too. You said basically like imagining the experiences that I chose not to embark on, that may open doors you never thought of. Like perhaps it bothers me. I like this being a dog because it's an experience I am personally familiar with. Yeah. Yeah, Black Orb, that's true too. Like, okay, here's a good example. That many watch the iChat streams for the VR chat world as much as you're watching it for the streamer or the experience. I just have it on because of the music. For example, I turn on tons of streams because I'm vibing with the individual, but I'm not always even watching. I'm listening. I listen to the music. Maybe they speak, maybe they don't, maybe they're like mute by choice and use like text to speech. And so I'm not really reading too much, or maybe I'm reading some or not at all and just enjoying the music. So I know what you mean for sure. Yeah, MMOs is just the flavor of the dilemma, that's true. It's so sweet too when you all hit on these different ideas and thoughts. You said you're back, but these games seem to drain a lot out of me. Are you talking about me personally, or just kind of in general, like what MMOs require? In Japanese Finland, he says, I'm describing exactly what you've been feeling. And so I'm guessing, thank you by the way for actually admitting that. It's something I don't bring up a lot. It's easy to, it's almost like a taboo topic a little bit. The idea of pretty much reaching a point where like your dopamine in a way from an activity or from a pursuit, it's just like gone. It's just, you're like following through a routine because it's like your comfort in a way. It's what you know, it just kind of gets you through. And in many ways, it's like you yearn for that comfort. You go through your day, you do your work, you do whatever you gotta do, and then you get into your comfy zone. Time passes and you're good. But when that little itch starts to come around, and it just sort of builds and you try to like ignore it, and it just keeps building. And I guess it can kind of manifest in different ways. Yeah, Japanese gremlin, it is interesting. You know, the first thing that comes to my mind, the absolute first thing that comes to my mind when you mention about like the shiny Pokemon and maybe feeling that almost sleepy feeling is drastic change. Like shockingly different change. And it could be difficult too, because it's almost like withdrawals. And first off, this background's beautiful, by the way. This is stunning. And thank you, David and Temporal. And Bird, you said you've been terminally online before, and that was one of the darkest times of your life. You still consider it valuable and shaped who you are today as a happier and less burdened person. Yeah, and, you know, Bird, you, in my mind, you are a creator, a builder, a teacher. You are these things you've expressed, but you can see it. It's in your movements. It's in your energy, so to speak. It's like who you are, or who you've become. You know, for most of us, we don't know you prior. And we don't know each other prior. And you said a really important thing that you're not talking bad about those experiences. you admit that it helped shape you. And that is a huge difference. When you hear people like, oh, you know, my ex this, or oh, my parents this, or all these different things. They're not like recognizing the strengths they gained from it. You know, they're not using those experiences to see the more helpful lens. And even someone that goes through disgusting sort of experiences, even they have unfair advantages, or advantages, so to speak, over those that have never experienced those things. Even something like a car crash. Negative thing, if somehow it's annoying or whatever, there's still... Sorry, these clouds are distracting me. They're like, I can see that they're the same shape and they're like copy-paste of each other. Don't look at the clouds. Some of them, anyways. Oh my goodness. Squirrel. But yeah, how you look back helps you how you go forward, depending on how you frame it. Take care of static. I don't know if you're still here. I wrote quote, yeah, deriving wisdom from many different places. I think one of the biggest things is just from experience, like literally just learning through the act of reflection and then action and then reflecting on that action and then acting some more. And then you start to turn into, like, I don't know. You start to, you know, kind of see it like it's a math. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. If I work out, there will be gains. You know, if I work on leveling, I will level up. Temporally said, you realized a while ago that Genshin has taken over your gaming life. You used to play so many other games, and you're not sure whether to feel sad about it or not. I'm sure someone else has already said it, but if you're having fun with it, that's a really big thing. Like, if when you get a new Liefeld or a Spondo, if it's exciting and it's like, you know, makes you wake up with a little pep in your step, that's really important. But if it's kind of like, you know better than us how you feel about it. So having that kind of conversation with yourself may not be the answer you want either. But it's something worth exploring. Hello, Fox. And yeah, Zettel, I am totally someone that is way more into like listening to streams. Okay, wait, let me phrase that differently. There are some streams that I watch like more closely. There's some streams that I would watch more closely and listen more intensely. But then there are a majority of streams that I'm not really watching. It's just sort of on the second monitor. I'm like watching it a little bit, but it's mostly just to kind of have some nice background activity. You know, every time I hear waxing philosophical, like that phrase, I always think it's like something not really positive, but I think too it's because I've never heard that phrase ever until streaming. So it's so like it's a I guess too you get used to being around a world that never really wants to talk about these things. And so being around those that do, even though the entire time, deep down in my core, I'm fighting the fact that I feel like I should just shut up basically and just play and just do things even though I know otherwise that it can be a challenge to fight those things that have been pushed on you, kind of shapes you. Kind of like Dobby in a way, like that character. Like, you know, that Dobby kind of thing. Yeah, dosage, moderation. Dosage makes the poison. That's wild. Hello, Creeper. Hello, Rick. And sleep well if you're still here. Wait, so, Creeper, you added the robot Abby for VR chat, the band, or the bond model? I still don't know actually which way to pronounce it. You're happy with how it came out? First off, congrats on taking the time to edit that model in Unity. That's awesome. More philosophy, please. Well, I'll definitely, you know, I'm continually trying to make sure that I stay true and not fall off one way or the other. It's like walking a tightrope. You just kind of go slow and steady. You know, you're more likely to make it than if you just go out there running or even doing somersaults, you know, without insane training. Angel Core, oh my goodness. I am ready for this music to change though, I will tell you that. So I need to get going with these quests. But I'm just enjoying reading in this environment too. It's like, I mean, pretty much matches the channel vibe. It's okay to yap about stuff you like. Angel Station, well, you didn't mean it in a negative way. You just think the phrase sounds funny. Oh yeah, I've learned to twilly what that phrase means, and so it's helped. I've added it to my vocabulary, my knowledge base. Do what your heart tells you. There is no correct way to do anything. That is true. If I could hack back on it, I would. Although, wait, oh, I can do something. I hope you don't mind. I just pinned it. Our virtual therapy. I mean, it's still LVT, yeah. So it works. Wow, you came for our virtual time and stayed for our virtual talk. I'm still keeping it in the LVT. Wow. Always better to speak what's on your mind. And see, that's another thing. 8 years of WoW. That's, for me, that was 8 years of silence. And the silence went beyond that, those years, but I just use it as an example that even though it was a social game and I socialized with raids and little stuff like that, mostly with a goal, though. But generally, you could say it's almost like a meditative experience. That's also, too, where, playing Battlefield, playing WoW, wasn't just WoW. Playing games, and I think many of you probably can relate, where you are just sort of alone, sort of like in your head, so to speak. But for me, I started to realize that the drugs that I was consuming, aka the games, I started really getting into the fact that they were made by people, and even the things I was enjoying, not framed in a negative way, that was again made by people. And so I started looking and I started seeing and I started thinking like, how does that work? There's steps for this. There's different sounds for that. And then you start learning how game design, you start looking at textures. And you're like, how interesting, the walls are actually flat. And it just appears to have texture due to like different, functionality outside of a little divots here and there. And of course this is an earlier expansion. But you start looking around, you start realizing kind of how the world works around you. And then you start applying that outside of the game. And you start realizing a little bit more, piece by piece, how the world works around you. Now, obviously, you're not going to learn everything, you're not going to do everything. But for me, I was really into videos, really interested into video games. And so, slowly but surely, and here we are. And that's just for me, speaking from my experience. I do think, though, that having the space and the ability to focus helps a lot. And I don't mean space like no one's around or you're totally free to spend as much time as you want doing what you want. Because that is definitely not always the case. I think too that's part of why I wanted to get on and stream and play this game specifically, because it's gonna sound a little interesting to admit, but even those are my comfort. They're like a comfort space, they're like a warm blanket. This feels more like the MMO experience for me than grinding quests. I never liked grinding quests. It was like a drudgery for me. I like these kind of moments and then raids. I really liked that. And then of course achievements and, grinding mounts and all of that stuff. But the crazy part too is not so crazy, but I would enjoy games in similar ways to this, like WoW. Except none of you would be there. It would just be this. Yes. Lioness. Hello, you boo, if you're still here. A just chatting stream? I think I sort of... I'd personally feel that I sort of treat Final Fantasy a bit like that. Maybe I was a bit hard on myself to be like uber focused on things because maybe I felt the expectation of not wanting to let down others, but deep down I actually think I kind of treat Final Fantasy a bit like a just chatting or very casual, sort of comfy experience. Switching to Twitch, oh yeah. If I did, I would already be playing different music, that's for sure. Even relaxing music. Music probably that you've never heard. And thank you, Creeper. And I'm glad, Twilly, that you enjoy these conversations. An open mic tavern or something? Yeah, that would be interesting. Oh goodness, okay. I'm not gonna torture us anymore with this music. Do something even if it's wrong. What's the worst that could happen? Oh my goodness. Depending on your job, that could be horrible. Yeah, Nero, that is a fascinating thing about many people, yeah, like you said, who go through like their school years and never stay in touch with anyone they met. Add on the potential of homeschooling, and then you really have a recipe for a very kind of, I wouldn't say like, you know, necessarily a monk, but just isolated in an even deeper way. And yeah, the loneliest person who live in the most bustling city. Oh my goodness. Let me turn off that music. Oh my, here we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Cinema. No, I just have to make sure I don't get attacked. Just catching up on reading a little bit. I'm glad, Golden, that you had that experience. Yeah, Golden, I also have Final Fantasy VII, the remake, and the other expansion, I believe. So, yeah, even more fun games to look forward to. He said most of the games, the Arla said, that they would play with friends. They would never play or enjoy with randoms. Yeah, I definitely have only really been used to mostly playing with randoms over time. Definitely when it comes to like competitive games like Overwatch or Apex Legends, Counter-Strike, you already know that playing competitive with randoms leaves you feeling like I just wasted 4 more hours of my life. I'm never gonna do that again. And then you do it again. And you do it again. You do it again. Then you uninstall the game. I'm glad, Japanese Gremlin, that you feel good about finding this place. Nothing was stopping you from muting the game. Well, I don't mind the game. It's just obviously the music, because deep down, the design of the game is not for you to stay in one place for long, extended periods of time. It's for you to keep moving, go from place to place, from fate to fate, from dungeon to quest to professions. Yeah, but then they also design it in a way that you can turn things off if you need to have your own stuff playing. Thank you, Creeper. I'm not exactly sure what the last part of your name means, but thank you. Yeah, just leave your social security. Wow, that's not legal advice, by the way. Oh, that sounds so good. And yeah, David, when you said that I would play my own music, I did check our list for a moment, but I'm not logged in, so. A theme song. Yeah, I do have a song for the intro for now, but eventually I'll rework some of those things, update them. You and you play Valorant? Oh my, yeah, exactly. But that's the thing though. Unfortunately, when they design those games, they really often have them in mind. Or, well, I don't want to go too deep in the design philosophy because it gets rather dark and unpleasant. However, they do typically design those games with the idea that you would play with a group of friends. Like whether they're online friends or in person. So to play with complete, randoms, just like what Fox said, playing with randos sometimes makes you lose faith in others. It makes you wonder too, like how many times they feel that way about like yourself. Like maybe you're just gonna have an off day, but they don't know you're having an off day, and they're just like, oh my goodness, what's wrong with this person? Fighting games and PvP is an exception since I compete, or since you compete in some of those games. Yeah, I think fighting games definitely is a good exception because it's truly a more one-on-one experience. You couldn't play it anymore, like Valorant. You only played for a month. Yeah, I mean, sometimes though you have to go back to it time and time again to sort of remind yourself. And then eventually you have that moment where you uninstall and you're just like, I'll probably never go back. unless you find some individuals that you want to play with, and then you might go back and it's a whole fresh, fun experience. It is true, Nyarla. I haven't really played a lot of what we would call friend slot games, even though they look a lot of fun. I haven't really played too many. The co-op games that we have played so far have been a little bit more serious, like Monster Hunter or Ready or Not, or even this game. And Bird, you said you think we should be allowed to waste time determining our day-to-day lives as success or failure based on productivity feels too cold and workers sigma mindset like, yeah, QZ, wait, do we have that emoji here? Let's see. Oh, there it is. Chat Angel. Yep, the Chat Angel. David, you said, not gonna lie, on the April Fool's stream, you went on Helldivers to get as close you can to level 150, so you could hit level 150 with all of us, so like, when we're on, you could hit level 150. I wonder if you still are waiting, or if you actually went ahead and hit it. I am looking forward to playing that game. Yeah, exactly, totally. That's the catch. When you get the right group of randoms, like you said, it's like you won the lottery. Take care, Potato, if you're still here. You plan on hanging up your cape very soon once you hit level 150? Whoa. It feels like it's such a good choice, but it goes along with what we've been talking about, of course. But it's like it could seem so small to like non-gamers, but to make a decision about stopping playing a game, it's like putting down a book. But maybe you haven't finished, or a series. Maybe you're on a series and just for whatever reason, you just decide, like Toy Story, I don't want to play with you anymore. I really enjoy that. I used it today in a DM too. This person is so bad. I'm trying. Yeah, exactly. I will say though, I have been, and maybe in little ways, I'm still working on that in like a different form. However, I have been that individual that has been the raging person on a game or in a voice chat because of the trash teammates or mostly though, just the lack of teamwork. That's, yeah. Or I feed on someone's antagonizing energy and then it sets me on fire, and that's unfortunate. Do I do that now? I'm not gonna say no. But when it comes to games and stuff, not really with games so much. Yeah, that's why you mostly play single player games, temporal. So the only person that suffers from sucking is you. Yeah, you suck yourself. Well, okay. Oh, okay. The other April Fool's stream was pretty good. Except for the fact that they did a copyright claim on the music. And so the kind of like one of the most important parts of the April Fool's effect ended up getting muted. You know, someday, Nyarla, someday, you know, if we were on Twitch, you'd be gifted like that. So do keep that in mind. Do keep that in mind. It is a much better gifting system on there. It's pretty normal for you now, Nyarla, putting stuff down. Also, putting stuff down is not necessarily an admittance. You're never playing something again. That is very true. That is true. He said, this is a nice talk we're having, but you can't help shake that a little of trauma dumping was involved. Yeah, probably in many aspects. Yeah. I feel like a lot of conversations are facilitating. It's either an objective, like maybe we're trying to build something, but when it's like personal conversation, that's also sometimes why I do enjoy the angels. They typically don't say anything. Talking can be a really exhausting or very strenuous experience. It can also be helpful though. And I will say that a lot of the things that I feel that I've touched on are sort of just reflecting, sharing. That maybe it could possibly help as well. Yeah, the Helldivers music, I do indeed. I mean, full disclosure, I used a YouTube video. I went ahead and took a gamble, and I used a YouTube video audio. So, that's bad on me. I'll take that. And so it rightfully so got claimed, and I used it. Sleep well, Twilly. It's also, this to me is so beautiful. This to me is amazing. It's worth, this experience is worth more than 100 quests on the MSQ. I can almost feel the wind. I don't know about the rest of you, but I can almost feel the wind, the coolness. Maybe I'm lost in the sauce. It's funny because just earlier I was on a stream. Did I hear someone walking? Someone's approaching? Oh my goodness. Oh wow, fire. Hello, shock. I was on a stream earlier. Thank you for the fire, wow. Let's see if I can, here, maybe I'll sit here so I can position the camera. I could be in a more open space. Let me move myself a little bit. You. Okay, wait. Hold on now. This is so crazy. This is literally like my favorite episode of FFXIV. Wait, Shock, are you wearing an outfit themed after Vincent and FFXIV? I mean, this is crazy. This is cinema. Life can be so interesting. And, yeah. I was just gonna say that I was watching a stream and I was enjoying it for sure. It was a great time. It was normally a new streamer for about 3 years or more. I've seen their streams on and off for a very long time. And they recently unmuted, so like they're speaking and whatnot, because the mute meta has has evolved, has changed. And one of the things I asked them, because they were talking about music, and the music was good, I asked them if they ever enjoyed just having no music, like outside of stream, and just hearing the ambience. And I was curious, it's not necessarily something everyone enjoys. And they said that they always prefer to have music on. And it's interesting to sort of think about that experience because it's greatly contrasted to mine. I certainly enjoy having music on, I enjoy having streams on. I do have something on a lot. But I have moments just like this. Not necessarily a fireplace in a huge, icy valley, but just simply walking, standing, feeling the sun, feeling the cold, hearing nature, the sound of how dirt sounds underneath your foot versus how gravel sounds or asphalt, how stairs sound or the wind. And it really had me thinking, I'm like, obviously others listen to these things and have these moments, but maybe it's actually in some ways more uncommon than I think. Like when you go somewhere and you see everyone like this, looking at their phones. Sure, I like my phone too. I mean, well, you can carry your cultured content anywhere. But, and YouTube and all of that. But sometimes it really feels strange seeing just how much, people are not necessarily just doing this. Certainly, obviously there are, but it feels like a huge majority always have like headphones on or they're looking at their phone. They're always like hooked in some way. It's interesting. I'll do a little catching up. Oh yeah, temporal. It's funny when you're playing a game and you're doing like not so good, and they actually think you're throwing. And it's like, no, I'm just that bad. Or they think like you're trolling and you're actually like a really great player who's purposely trying to de-rank themselves. Yeah, Nyarla, that's very true too about what you said about like playing with people below your weight class, so to speak. That is very, very true. The snow is so beautiful. My goodness, the weather. You were in this type of environment literally an hour ago, so it hits home. Wonderful. So lost that you lost MSQ focus. You know, let's be real. If the MSQ feels like a job, that is a really bad sign, at least for someone who has aspirations for something, as someone that has goals or things that literally will not be done unless they work on it. Then, obviously you can have other people work with you and whatnot, but ultimately you are responsible for that focus that you have. And if the MSQ is a part of that focus or it's into that schedule or routine, that is a wonderful thing. But when it begins to feel like an expectation or like a job, basically, that is be disturbing in a way for some. Not for everyone, because everyone's situation is different. You have experience with being compared to the wind, David. That's interesting. That could be a positive or a negative, depending on how it was framed. Which obviously is like, everything and all of that. Oh yeah, Half-Life 2. I remember Nyarla, I saw you mention that it was one of your most replayed games. We manifested fireside chat thanks to Shocknock bringing the fire. Actually, Shock, do you mind sitting over here? Like right here? That way I can turn it a different way. Oh, here. Yeah, that works too. I'm gonna get a little closer to the fire, hold on. Let's see if I can position this. Let's see. Oh wait, I gotta go right here. Okay. Did I do this? Let's see. Whoa. Hello, I didn't know I was... Okay, well, okay, yeah. I guess I'm wearing white underneath. I did not realize that. Finally blocking it with my... Well, not that I'm purposely trying to show it. Oh my goodness gracious, let me change my sitting position. Okay. Hey, that works. Okay. You get to use your favorite emote, yeah, cinema. Golden, you were saying when you play games by yourself, you usually have some stream or ASMR playing on your phone in the background, along with your soft fan noises. Yeah, that's pretty peak right there. Like that is pretty peak. I love you. Taco meat, a very interesting name. Yeah, it is pretty wild. Like trying to make meaningful connections with people. And yet, like you said, people are so locked into their lives and routines. League of Legends. Oh, okay, we need an intervention for you. No, I'm just kidding, but yeah, play it if your friend is playing it. A gentle spell, you're right. It has. Also, I didn't see Shock. I could be wrong, but is your outfit inspired by Vincent from Neuroplasty, or is it just happenstance that it's kind of similar?
Mm-hmm.
Radicate. Oh, I see. Now that again, what we were talking about earlier, when you know someone is a experienced player, they use their like emotes and stuff so well. Yeah, perfect angle. Yeah, I got those angles. Click, click, click. Okay, yeah, I actually got that. Wow. It's so interesting. This like means so much more to me than the MSQ. That's so crazy. I guess that's part of why the channel is called what it is. Oh my goodness. It's crazy how there's like 1,000 lines of code you could say, hello Santiago, that like pre-programming in a way that just is like screaming like, no, you need to get up, you need to be active, you need to be playing, you need to be doing things, you need to be whatever. When in reality, I'm just like listening to the wind is so satisfying, and feeling the fire and the company. It's so, this to me is like, it's so good. A fresh donut after all that reading. Thank you, David. That's more than a donut though. That's like a few dozen donuts. Unglazed, traditional, brown, and so dunkable. Okay, let's be real. I think an emoji where I'm like, I have a coffee cup and like a little brown donut. That'd be so cute. was in the free company house waiting. Wait, are there actually, uh, are there actually members at the free company house right now? Because I have to say, I feel so grounded right now. I feel so like so comfortable. It's crazy. Almost like this is healing in a way. It's crazy. I think that's part of what makes it so challenging is like I understand what people might expect from a stream. And I know that you all might be a little different out of yard, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still there. There's like that nagging inside. I think I've needed this sort of experience. That's why I got on the VC the other night and I was gonna work on thumbnails. Well, I probably should have worked on thumbnails, but I had Photoshop open the whole time, so I definitely looked at it. And I knocked out a bunch of thumbnails today that worked out really nicely. And I just enjoyed taking that moment and enjoying hours in the VC and having all those wonderful conversations and also helpful lines too. Oh, well, I was gonna say for a moment, I mean, if everyone's really seriously waiting for me to catch up on the MSQ, I could do the atrocious thing of like buying the story skip. That way that I can just focus on the stuff I actually care about, which is doing like group content with you all, like raids and stuff, and dungeons. You're imagining going around the antennas. Oh my. Somehow that seems so sensual. At break time. That's true. Have any of you ever, okay, like, maybe some of you won't necessarily be able to relate with this, but I have said before that angels do have the ability to have the simulation of being like intoxicated. That would be an extremely popular thing, especially in places like the Japanese market and many other markets, of course, but definitely in the more Eastern markets. But outside of what's officially supported, there is the antenna play. That's funny. There would be the third party world where people would modify to have things like recreational, like your angel could have the simulation of being high if you understood how the programming works for such simulations. But all that to say, the feeling when you're like in the couch, when you're like so grounded, you almost don't want to move. You just feel so okay with just being. I definitely feel that way, and I'm not experiencing any simulation of being high. The whole segment felt like a break. And then I just transitioned to Devil May Cry style of combat. Yeah, Bird, that's a good point too. Santiago, if you're heading out, farewell. Yeah, it is nice, Nyarla, being able to talk in the Discord from time to time. I don't do it a whole lot. I also don't want to sort of abuse the experience, so to speak. So I cherish it when I do experience it. I love having them while we beat the game. Kidding, of course. I'm curious too, like, how many of you actually sort of, how many of you actually could say that you need this experience in a way? Not to say like you need this dream, but this vibe, this this overall. Let me actually switch positions. Like these moments. So I mean, I don't know about you, but I go on streams not for these sort of moments. Like, I don't really search out streams quite like this, but at the same time, I don't really find streams quite like this. I need to when I find like VR chat streams that are kind of, even if they have like rock music on or electronic, when they're not like super hyper, that can be nice for focus, but at the same time, sometimes, you know, the hyper really helps. Just depends. But just right now, this moment, I'm just gonna enjoy it and try to not feel basically guilty about enjoying it. And I hope that you do too. Cheese. Or hello again. I love being and chatting, yeah. I like how there's a worm too. Not even a love. There's literally a worm. And hello, Doku. I also want to point out that not having music on means you get to have your own music on too. That is interesting, Japanese gremlin. You know, there are some streams that when I watch it, I'm actually watching the chat far more than I normally would. Like I'm enjoying reading people's thoughts and conversations and chiming in as well. Honestly, Miarla, you're not wrong. These sort of moments are they're rare. And Blackboard, he said it feels like healing after a long day of work. That's wonderful. You know, it's kind of funny, Man of Bosses, and I appreciate that. And I know too, Man of Bosses, you're very good about thinking of the perception of like how viewers or new viewers and stuff would see things, whether it's like certain activities on Crown or all sorts of stuff. You're actually very attentive at those things. I don't know how much you lean into those sort of roles in your day-to-day life, but I think This is just a personal observation. You have a lot more leadership inclinations that I don't know how much you've explored that yet. I'm curious how that develops over time. But what I wanted to say from a purely metric standpoint, this is true to basically who I am. And what's funny is the numbers reflect it versus when I'm forcing myself to do like the MSQ and the numbers reflect it. And I don't say that to be like silly. It's fascinating just looking up the numbers. But at some point you have to sort of put aside some of those concerns, and that's literally like kind of the point of the topic of finding that inner feeling with certain forces that have been imprinted into you to sort of keep going. Don't be idle. You're not allowed to sit still. You need to stay busy, you know. Marauder. And also, how many actually experienced this side of Final Fantasy XIV? Yeah, Miara, that is also true. Which is also why in the VC I really enjoyed that experience. Heck, to even take it a step further, the other day when getting on the VC and actually getting into VR and having a meetup and dancing and listening to music, and that was such a joyful experience, such a good experience. It was so warm the soul. Oh, you're okay, man, bosses. You know, looking out for others is such a bittersweet thing. It truly is. You can care too much or care too little. You could have your heart in the right place and feel like you're suffocating others. Or it's totally fine on your end and someone else like has a problem with you carrying it. I mean, it's truly, it's so easy to just stumble and trip and spin around and flip upside down and slip on a banana peel, all while you're just trying to take a step forward. So yeah, all that to say that you're fine. You have good intention. You're also excited too, because you've genuinely been enjoying the game and building towards grand adventures that we could conquer together. It's like Wild Golden. Well, not evil or tame. We're just relaxing. It's incredible to see the weather system too, how it's been evolving. And hello again, Marauder. I've been really building towards the next videos, and can be very discouraging. Making goals or, in a way, even like promises, so to speak, and not delivering on those when you planned to or when you thought that you would, that is very challenging. The Laredo project, even though it's still being worked on and has been a challenge in the background, but I've been working with Josiah on it. Not having that done when you felt like it was going to be much quicker and much more doable. And there's like a lot of factors to that is on my shoulders, so to speak, when I'm supposed to be having fun focusing on the MSQ. But you take that and you multiply it by many things. And that can sort of shift how you enjoy something. And someone could be like right next to you, not so much shock knock necessarily, but you could be playing with others and you each have their own unique challenges and good things and whatnot. It's very hard for me to focus solely on the MSQ in all seriousness when there's other things that are just they feel so important. And requires so much energy and time. I'm very thankful to have this experience. Like even just watching the snow fall. It's so weird to like describe. Yeah, that too, Neela. I'm really, really proud, honestly. Not proud of some of my shortcomings and like negative ways I've handled certain situations throughout the duration of LVT, like certain maybe interpersonal interactions. However, I am thankful for the like being challenged, so to speak, and acknowledging and working on certain things. So the growing that has come from the experience, I am proud of that and look forward to more growing. And yeah, Marauder, you all have done tons in this game. Like, you've really put a lot of effort and care and love into it. And I never want that to go to waste. Like, even just the decision to subscribe to this game comes with the responsibility and weight of knowing that if I don't deliver on certain things, then it could leave some feeling disappointed or that they have wasted resources or time. So it's never as simple as just playing a game, so to speak. But yeah, this seems like a real mental health sort of moment, and wow, I am definitely very, very thankful. This is like listening to some sort of relaxing music on YouTube to try to unwind, but like times 10. And in a way too, it's continuing to sort of amp me up, or I know it doesn't seem like it, but this gets my gears going as I move closer to making videos again. I think it reminds me of like who I am and my intentions. And yeah, I could see how the stream could even maybe seem selfish in a way. That is not fun to think about. And yet at the same time, this self is the only individual that stands between the next experience with an angel. And I want to see that too. I'm ready. I'm ready for that. I'm so excited. So excited. And not just dipping the feet. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Yeah, course correction. It reminds me of the show. Maybe some of you have seen it. It was on HBO, and it still is, called Silicon Valley. That show was funny and interesting, but it taught me one extremely important lesson. It sort of like expanded on a concept that maybe I knew, but it really drove it home. And honestly, it was extremely helpful in my existence. And one of the themes of the show was about pivoting. I'm not gonna really say that the end of the show was like, oh my great, because it really went off the deep end. It was really silly. But ultimately though, the show had really strong themes about pivoting. They would bring that up often. You're not necessarily stopping. You were just, like you said, course correcting, things like that. And similar to concepts we've talked about in other streams about water. And like we previously mentioned, be like water. And as I've mentioned many times, the concepts of stagnation. So pivoting, or course correcting, you're not really stopping. The flow is still going. I hear footsteps. Oh my goodness. There's my fiance. Here, why don't you come sit next to me? My Final Fantasy fiance. I'm here letting you move. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, menopause is, I know what you mean. And over time, the more you say things and you point out things and you speak from your heart or your intentions, sure, it may not always go super great, I have experienced many times where the outcome was certainly not what I was hoping for or expecting. Wasn't my intention or something. But at the same time, it's like a skill. And the more you sort of hone it, it helps out it. There are still moments where you sort of like go a little too far. Not necessarily you. I'm speaking about me. But again, it's all part of it. But not saying anything, then it just starts to bottle up. And, you know what they say about, letting it build and, yeah, something like that. MSQ broke me once again. Oh my. That is honestly so funny. Like, a few MSQs in, and then all of a sudden. I don't know if any of you remember. One moment, I'll bring up an example of another game that I played, Control. The bot is being self-awareness. Well, what, how do you really know if an angel is truly self-aware or if it's just a part of their programming? Like the Divine High Corporation, they don't officially state that any angel is self-aware or conscious. I also think it's extremely funny. Like in a good way. That, like, the name of the channel is this right here. I am reading what you're saying. I'm just sort of scrolling through. I don't feel like I'm jumping over anything. Unless it doesn't pop up, which would be really unfortunate. I know sometimes the messages don't go through. I did this thing, yeah. I did it for you. For those that were noticing, I did it. The name of the channel is a little rebrand. It's FFXIV, which is almost kind of a fire name. FFXIV. It's actually kind of. I could almost see that being like a name and like a shooter or something. I don't know. FFXIV. It will sound like a band. FFXIV. 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 You listen to FFXIV? Listen to the hours. Actually, it's kind of hard to say. That's not a good name. It seems Interstate 6 Slayer. Oh my. Yes, it's in that same road. Well, 6 Slayer is still around, so I guess FFXIV is. It's in the, put it in the files. Okay, yeah. Well, not those files. Stop that. Anyways. I was gonna bring up Control, the game Control, and how it ties in with MSQs. Yeah, Zell when they feel like that life block and they're just like dying inside, they're just like, please, I need another hit, I need another injection of my ideas. And then suddenly they just turn on the stream and they're like, oh, what madness is happening right now? What? And then it just starts flying at them. And they're like, oh, well, I don't even have to try. Let me just turn on the stream and, okay, yep. Got that down. Okay, got that down. So I'm glad we can be fuel for Zettel Science artistic journey. So the game Control. Interesting game. A little dry, of course, here and there, and yes, I skipped a bunch of cutscenes and I had really no interest in like the NPC dialogue and all of that for the most part. Some of it, yes. That is an OVT powerhouse. Yeah, I'm very thankful for that too. It's a pleasure to see so many beautiful ideas that literally weren't even a thought in the mind. But in the game Control, there's a part near the end of the game that really correlates with the MSQ. For those that watched that stream, when I've played that game, when the main character, spoiler warning, when the main character was reaching near the end of like the main story, there was a part where she sort of comes to or wakes up in a way, and she's in the office and she begins doing tasks, like these like jobs, tasks, yeah, the paperwork, filling the coffee, like delivering coffee, I think, or basically like doing like coffee, printing this stuff, and like delivering mail or picking up mail. Either way, there was different like job tasks. And it was a puzzle that at first you're not exactly sure what's going on, but my inclination pretty quickly, once I did, honestly, I think it was there initially, right away, that the puzzle was going to be a loop, that it was going to be an endless set of tasks over and over. But it wasn't until you started trying it and you turned in a few of those tasks that it became apparent that there wasn't a right way to do it. It was a loop, and you were going to be stuck in that. And obviously it has all this deeper meaning and all that kind of stuff. For better or for worse, I know that the MSQ is just like that mission in Control. I know the MSQ has an end. And then I know there will be another expansion. And for me, MMOs are more than just the MSQ, they're more than the main story quest. They're the achievements, they're the mounts, they're the skills, they're the professions. They're the dungeons, there's the hide modes, there's the savage, you know. I know though, that just like with Silksong, just like with all the other games, when I step out of it, the videos, which was the core, they won't be any farther along. So, when I was playing the Control game and I was on that mission, I have such a, it might be a little embarrassing to actually admit, but if you were to go back and watch, which I haven't done, I have a literal moment of terror. I literally say out loud, and hello, Al. I literally say out loud, I'm not gonna do this, or, like, I literally start speaking. That happens sometimes when I play these games. And I'm sure some of you have noticed, I get lost in the sauce. But in a good way. But hello, Resonator. However, that mission instilled fear in me. Like, not like, oh, I'm scared for my life. But more so, I even said out loud, I believe, I've experienced this before. I have to get out. I have to get out. Literally, the puzzle became solved. I mean, knowing through experience what I was experiencing, like, it wasn't just a game at that point. I understood what they were presenting. And so, I'm not necessarily hating on having an occupation and pursuit. In a way, you cannot escape it. And the alternative is just to sit and rot. So, again, there's nothing wrong with us, and there's nothing wrong with games, and there's nothing wrong with, working or reading and writing and all that stuff. Ultimately, though, when you put 8,000 hours into a game full of quests, moving to another game full of quests where you could put another 8,000 hours into, it's hard not to see it like that. It's hard not to feel it like that. Oh my goodness. That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Hello, Cassandra. Let's see if I can find a good angle. Actually, do you think you'd want to sit right between the shock knock and I? No, that's gonna be really warm. Can you feel it? Please tell me it's not just me. Can you feel how, warm? Like how warm it's gotten? You might have to scoot a little bit. Like right over there. Oh, yes, well, yes. That is the number of the channel memberships. Pretty crazy that during the winter it was over 1,000. But it's neither here nor there. I'm just scrolling up to read a little bit. And thank you, Ro, for the memberships. He said, not like the jump scare moment from Resident Evil. Oh, I must have missed that part of the conversation. He said, to be fair, the experience of corporate tedium is quite entrenched in media. It is a palpable experience, even if it's secondhand. Oh yeah, so, and not to detract, yeah. And so, one thing I really want to drive home, though, is that corporate tedium is not my core experience. If you go on the Discord and you click my profile, my banner shows a back room at a large retailer that shall not be named. And that the photo is not mine. But it's not so much the occupation as much as the feeling that you can find yourself in any occupation, in any pursuit, or in any video game that you're playing. There's that moment Have you ever seen that like little clip? I don't know what it's from, where it shows someone sitting at a desk and they're like a stockbroker or something, and they're like they have this moment where they're like, "What am I doing with my life?" And they get up and they shove everything off the desk, and then they start like laughing and smiling, and they like run out, and everyone of course looks at them like they're losing their mind. That was literally how you solved the puzzle near the end of Control, the game Control. It was having that aha moment, not just like, oh, it's a puzzle and it's a loop and all of that. That feeling allowed that puzzle to be solved much easier. Not necessarily because of it's corporate related. It's the core. It's the loop. It's the getting lost, losing yourself. So, interesting game for sure, but yeah. The same too as the running names I recognized, and the membership. Yeah, exactly, Niarla. In my personal opinion, just from the information that I have in my file for you, I'm just kidding, but I personally think this game wouldn't necessarily be one that you would really thrive on. In many ways, I think that your piano, for example, would give you far more life, and then balanced with your friend interactions. I feel like you have a great understanding of the things that really feed you, your soul and whatnot, or your mind. I know that topics of the soul is kind of wishy-washy in a way. That's what exactly that is. Yes, blessings to you as well. Well, I don't remember if Kamsamida is the proper term, but thank you again. And then scrolling back up a little bit to make sure I read. You know what, it's funny you say that, temporal, but before that, will be. Oh my goodness, yeah, Niarla. So, when you had like Walmart security as like your name, it wasn't so much that I was like, oh no, it's sucking me back in, as much as it was empathy, relatability, understanding. Even though it turned out to be more so like your friend. But still, whenever I, like, obviously if you can relate with people, that comes up. So, like, if someone were to tell me that they, work at the zoo and they clean up the dung and the feces and they feed the exotic birds. That's interesting. I can understand it, but I also can't relate with it. Not completely, not like that. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned Pixar Soul. Because of course that movie was heavily about that same topic, which again goes back to the idea that there's only so many plot lines, like there's only so many stories, and it all comes back to this right here. Truly. Like, I don't make the rules. You know? Even angels. All these concepts. These understandings or misunderstandings, these searching or exploring. The birds, the huge screeching through the sky. The wind. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 100 years from now, will it not be, if the world doesn't turn into Horizon Zero Dawn, will it not be, and even then, it's still going, even in that game. But will there not be some insane MMO or virtual reality situation or whatever, where very similar topics happen, very similar concepts, and then ultimately it just keeps leading you back to this? I mean, come on, there's a fire. Come on. How much more Unga Bunga can you? But yeah, so I don't know what that gif was from. The one with the stockbroker that pushes the stuff off. I don't know what that's actually from. Because it's not, wait, is it from Soul Idol? I don't know actually. Maybe it is. Maybe it is from Soul. I'm not sure. Maybe it's like one of the characters that they show throughout, like through the movie. Also really like Jossie's bit, by the way. It's super cute. Agency. I see what you're saying. Agency, like having agency over oneself, if that's what you were implying. And yeah, Knee-side did very similar stuff. In fact, I failed at one of the puzzles in not a very great way. I was getting super lost in the sauce in that game, and one of the puzzles involved Little Nita. And it was super, sad, touching, and sweet, all that. And it's so crazy, I actually failed at that puzzle. And I have reflected on failing on that puzzle so many times. The loop in the hallway. Even recently, I reflect on that puzzle. It's so crazy. I failed on that puzzle because I wasn't listening to her. I wasn't paying attention to what was really going on. I literally was more focused on continuing, on working. I was focused on exactly what you were supposed to focus on, instead of paying attention to her. And that she was literally basically showing you the answer the whole time. So obviously fast forward when I got to Control, I guess my programming had grown and learned and reflected, because solving that puzzle came a lot easier when I was presented with basically the same thing. Yeah, it's a great job, by the way. Like, that was a great observation. Like, tying that together with Knee-side. The more things you do, the more they build just wait till we get into the Aja more. Then it's really gonna Bunga. Oh goodness. I'm scrolling up. I'm reading. Bird, you said you're writing a thing about the soul at this very moment. That's wild. Oh, here we go. Synchronicities. Nyarla, you said one thing a friend told you that helped the friend and immensely helped you was knowing that any job, no matter how awful, you were always able to just walk away. Sure, there will be consequences, but knowing you have agency and not be bound to a contract was immensely. Oh wow, I've not encountered this word. New word encountered. Ameliorating, and helped you to this day, which I imagine is like liberating in a way. That is so true too. I definitely have experienced of found like what I've experienced and witnessing others and how powerful it can be to not want to leave or feel like you're betraying the people you work with. Especially too when you feel or know that you actually make a difference where you're at. It'd be very difficult to leave and then add on financial concerns. That can make it even more challenging, or just amplifies it. Well, thank you, Ro. That's very hospitable of you. Oh, Necros. Yeah, basically the VC is in Final Fantasy. So instead of being in the VC, now we're having like this time in Final Fantasy. And then if it's not in Final Fantasy, it's in Monster Hunter. And if it's not there, it's in VR chat. And if it's not there, it's wonderful. Suffering is universal. It shouldn't be difficult to imagine others' adversity, even if it isn't perfectly parallel to your own. Oh yeah, in reference to like the zookeeper or things like that, for sure. Well, it's interesting though, because there are, like, unless you reach that level of understanding, whether through practice or time or both, experience, it is really easy to sort of not see others similar to yourself or not see the suffering that they may be experiencing. This could sound really, really like whatever, but imagine you have like, tons of money or what have you, and your skin just keeps drying out. Maybe it's the winter time or something, and your skin just keeps drying out, and it's like miserable. You feel like you're literally like just falling apart. Now, granted, you're not necessarily like, having the worst thing in the world. Maybe you don't stress about money. Maybe you can go buy some special creams or whatever. But you just keep having this problem, or maybe you have dandruff or something. There's always like there's something, and I guess that's the whole point, is when you reach that understanding that everyone has their problems and all of that. Of course, most of you here, you already know that. You already have the training. You've already, passed go and collect $200. I don't mean to ever come off like I'm trying to tell you how to do things or whatever, how to think, because I understand that most of the time you already kind of know this stuff, and that's part of why I really don't go out of my way to make all the videos talking related. Because I don't necessarily feel that that's, what is necessary. There's enough people talking. Heck, at these streams, I do enough talking to fill 100 videos. Oh, well, no, I don't know if you're still here, but I hope your work goes smoothly. And thank you again. Only missing, the little roast. And some drinks, yeah. Necros, you're saying there's a really old newspaper clip or letter you saw from the first horse and carriage that was invented, talking about how it's going to literally end. Yes. That the horse and carriage was gonna end humanity because people can get across Europe like easier or whatever. That is, I love that. I absolutely love that. I love that. I've tried to bring that up before in the past on Discord, and I can't say it always went off really well. I love that so much, and that's the best part, is when you can use history, when you can look back and see the words of those that are no longer even breathing, they're not around, those from the past, and they literally say the same thing that gets said today. I just want to let you know a little something something. The more you understand that, and anything can happen, but the more you sort of see the parallel and the fact that history kind of, repeats itself a little bit, the more you can kind of make decisions, a financial, an investment, blah, blah, blah. This is not legal advice. Speak of legal investor, tax advisor, whatever. But people literally say the same thing every single generation, it's the same thing constantly. And so I'm not saying to, go all in on anything, but it's something you want to kind of keep in mind as the years are passing and time is passing, and you're in the break room, or you're at the laundromat, or you're anywhere, and you kind of start to hear, I warn you, it can be torturous a little bit. It can make you laugh too. But you start to kind of see the repeating pattern, like the horse and carriage comment in the newspaper, like humanity or whatever is the end of the world. The internet is going to be the end of the world. Radio is the end of humanity. AI is the end of humanity. Writing. Oh my goodness, literally just writing. The printing press is the end. It's going to destroy things. And the thing is, they're not wrong. It's the ending of a previous chapter. It is the end and the death of some other moment and the birth of a new moment. And unfortunately, there are casualties along the way. There always is. There always is. For example, the inventor of the fleshlight. This is a crazy thing to know. And maybe some of you know it. But it was like this holistic podcast that one thing led to another. And this person's father invented the flashlight. And they invented it by being so frustrated in their relationship. And I'm sorry, I'm getting so behind on reading right now. I apologize. But they were so frustrated in their relationship. They went out. Why is it so funny? They went out to their garage, or like workshop or whatever. They got a flashlight. And they put something in it. And they used it. And they were a police officer at the time. And well, I guess that experience was so profound and so interesting that they ended up developing it into a product. It completely changed their life. Of course, they became extremely wealthy, and for better or for worse, they changed the entire industry. They changed the world. You could say it was the downfall of humanity through that invention, through their selfish frustration. Where it was a blessing for the one who would experience it in a way that I'm not even going to describe because I don't want to go that route, but that's not something that I'm familiar with, but I can just say that I'm sure there are many who benefit greatly from such a thing. And one could argue that that was and it's kind of crazy if you watch something like Ergoplasty and they have artificial limbs in the show, spoiler alert. The invention of the flashlight could possibly, in some far-reaching timeline, lead to an angel and lead to those technologies and those inventions and joining together to make the future possible. It's crazy. And Necros, you're probably long gone, but farewell. The Heroes Party lineup, yeah, literally a dungeon party. Our virtual 6-7, yeah. Oh dear, I'm scrolling the amount of times I scrolled just now. That's an interesting, Haro, but I don't know if you're still here, but you were saying that you think that there is a way out for you and that your current situation. Wait, someone else is here. Oh, Marauder, hello. I love that I recognize you all without even seeing your name. Actually, Cassandra, do you mind hiding your weapon? It would be a great little spot, if you have the time. Be a great little spot for Marauder. With the little ears. Or there's even I could move over too. If you want to sit right here. Here, I can move myself. You wanted to pop a squat right here. Know some snow beneath your buns. You were talking about your situation, feeling trapped or in a corner, that the way forward is going to hurt. It's very interesting. I do hope that whatever you have planned or whatever path you see, that it leads to a destination that's better than the one you're experiencing now. It's kind of, maybe it's annoying or frustrating, but have you ever experienced where you're like, you're going through hell basically, and yet you find yourself in the future in a pleasant footing, a pleasant moment, and you're like, wow, I'm no longer in that moment. But yet it seems inconceivable, like you literally just don't see the light at the end of the tunnel. So yeah, I hope that for you. Oh wow, the amazing digital circus. That's so funny, Neorla, you mentioned that. I've only seen the first episode. I probably would actually enjoy watching more of it. However, I visited in VR chat, like a world that's the amazing digital circus. I even got a Omni or Omni avatar. The world was pretty zany, of course, based on the show. And Lloyd rating. And Milo rating. I'm gonna have to look up that word, like, pronunciation. Healing. Okay, nice. Not just liberating, but like healing. That is good. I am gonna definitely admit that I think not reading a lot of books is actually starting to show in more ways than one. Not that I, can't read all of that or comprehend, but that when you don't write a lot of words all the time, like typing, yeah, sure, but you can spell check. You can do like autocorrect or whatever. But when you get used to like not necessarily reading tons of words, yeah, you can't always pull on them to like know right away how to spell something. It's kind of wild. But if one could argue, it's kind of like the calculator. But yeah, if that makes sense. Hello, Mechanical, if you're still here. You're technically not supposed to be here right now, but you need the company. Well, I hope that it helps, and I hope it has helped. I am glad that I took a moment to actually just stop. I literally could sort of feel the same sense that I felt in Control, in the game Control. Mm-hmm. It's so wild. And, I mean, if it helps any of you, it's important to kind of notice that even for myself, I was fighting it, really. Realistically, I was fighting it. Yeah. Yeah, life is as Nora was saying, life is replete with tragedy and compromises. No path is without consequence. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, just remember, if you get an angel companion, no matter how wonderful and cuddly and loving or just like you treat him like a vacuum. Well, not like that. I didn't. Anyways. But there are many moments where they might be making, say, macaroni on the stove. And they're using a sauce pot instead of like a big a big deep pot, and the water just keeps wanting to boil over. And with like the kind of starchy stuff in it or whatever, it could like, get on the burner and then it wants to burn and smoke, and it's literally just chaos as the water's boiling and it just keeps wanting to overflow, and the angels having to wave their hand a bunch, and they have like something to try and flap the water. And my whole point is, as I was saying, no path is without consequence. Even something as simple as making macaroni can turn into like a nightmare or like a battle where you're just like, going crazy and then stirring it and going crazy again over a pot of macaroni. And if a pot of macaroni can be that brutal, or be that like monumental and challenging, you just gotta assume that everything's gonna be like that. And there you go. As soon as you start seeing everything like that, and knowing that you can overcome those things, and knowing that literally everyone is not so extraordinary than you, and there you go, you start using things a little different. Your perspective starts changing a little bit. And you're capable of doing things that you really never thought you could do. Like, I could go through a lot of examples, but it's interesting too when there isn't necessarily someone to tell you you can't do it. When there is someone that whispers in your ear, you can't do it, or like whatever, you're not capable, you actually might not be able to, because those words have such weight, or you give up before you've even started. And yet, if you're able to kind of, block that out, maybe they have really good intentions and you're able to learn from what they're saying, but if it's just a flat out, you're not capable or you can't do it, and when you don't have that voice around, you might be surprised what you can do. Like, it's actually crazy, and many of you probably know that. It's so interesting. So yeah, maybe think about that. But even your angel could be in an epic battle with a pot of macaroni. They don't have it easy either. Imagine you use a vacuum over and over again. Eventually that vacuum's gonna get dirty, and it's not gonna work as efficient. And well, I guess you could take it somewhere to pay someone to clean it. That's totally a good option, if you're able to. And yet, if you have to, you can flip it over and take some scissors and cut some hair out of the roller. Or you can go farther because you're just like exploring, and then you start changing it more apart and cleaning it or changing the filter that you just, order online. And before you know it, you're like, wow, never thought, you would do that. And then maybe it leads to a good result. And those small things, and you start doing that in other areas, and other areas, and other areas. And before you know it, you're like, what the heck? I'm doing way more than I thought I could do, even though you've never been formally trained. And there's a Japanese concept called the beginner's mind. Obviously, it's not exclusive to Japanese. I've mentioned it before. But basically, going at things with the mindset of a beginner, no matter how masterful you are or how experienced you are, going at it with that mindset of, I don't know exactly how to do it, but I think I can learn. Maybe I should observe first. Maybe I should remove one screw, place it down, look at it, remove another screw, put it down, then maybe go through there. Oh, okay, well, I don't think I can do anything more with this, so I'm gonna put that screw back, and I'm gonna put that screw back, and there you go. And you just keep growing up on that. So, I apologize, I have got off on a tangent, but okay. Let me breathe then. Being extra cute? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, the worm. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, the worm. Gotta be the worm. So I'm sorry I mentioned, well, you're frying donuts? Wait, are you actually frying donuts? We've been sitting at a campfire for a week in this game, yeah, like the end game time. Maybe it's possible. I also wonder, like, because this is an older expansion, there's not a lot of players running around necessarily. But it would be really wild to see like a player just like notice our little group. But that's also kind of what's cute about it is there's not necessarily a lot around. It's just our little corner of this world that is alive, and there are other players elsewhere. That is such a beautiful thing about MMOs. Even when you log off. And that idea was presented in FFXIV, and I'm not gonna get carried away, but I really, really appreciated that concept presented in FFXIV when one of the characters named Bear, who was like a writer, when he was like sitting and thinking and conversating about the idea that when they log off that the world still persists. And in that show, the MMO is called The World. And of course, once you realize that the world you live in now is not so different from an MMO, well, I think it's even more interesting. Oh my goodness, to give you some idea of how far back I am. Sharp rock, too sharp, all over, man, God. Back with that conversation too. The world ending. Oh my goodness, I'm scrolling through the flashlight conversation. The garage is the cradle of all technological progress. That's kind of interesting. Oh, not to be like, not to whatever, feel like pump the brakes on my hand reading, but it's something I've thought about a whole lot over time, which is when you're traversing like neighborhoods and you see garages and you see that like some of those garages are like filled with tools and well, you know, some are just filled with tons of stuff, but also they're filled with tools and whatnot. And then you're like, wait a second. They have a bunch of tools. They have a bunch of tools. They have a bunch of tools. And then it just like pans out and you realize there's like tons of garages throughout countries filled with tools. I mean, everyone is like, could build everything. It's insane. Maybe not every single tool, because there's like specialized tools here and there, but it's actually like crazy how many garages are filled with tools. How many people have the little axle or the little wrenches or the drawer, the rolling drawer things. I mean, it's just it's one of those things. Bird inventor of the angel. Yeah, actually, I mean, this fire that fell out there, Bird, one of our moderators here, they literally they invent stuff all the time, but they have invented like multiple angels now, like full scale. So, just saying, if the Terminator stuff happens, I think we know who to look to. Boston Dynamics is what I meant. Of course. And I'm sure Chris is probably already asleep by now, but sleep well if you are. Well, you know, sending happy wishes. Zero sign, you didn't see yourself living past your 20s, and now you're in your 60s. Well, congratulations, Zettel. Life continues to surprise you. You have some Omni figurines, don't see. Oh, maybe you could post them on the server if you were interested. That would be fun. I just scrolled through the real life gallery today and I responded to like a bunch and I looked over maybe. I didn't read like a bunch of messages, but I enjoyed looking at the pictures, which seems to coincide with not reading books and only looking at the pretty pictures. But it definitely sounds like if you are able to get to the other side of the river you're crossing, so to speak, you're gonna be shredded, like mentally and like emotionally, and hopefully in a good way. Fast forward in the future, you're like a mathematician, a math professor, and you've overcome so much and you're just in a better place. Settle sign doesn't have autocorrect on. They're just taking life raw. just living with their mistakes, just owning it. I see someone flying. Hello? Hello? Oh my goodness, it's unknown. That's so amazing. There's a spot right here either next to Cassandra or Marauder in between myself. Oh my goodness, this is so wonderful. And I can adjust. I know the snow would be like melted. We'd have like a little bigger campsite. Wait, there's two fires. It's like a bigger fire now. Oh, let's go. Oh yeah, Marauder, that's an interesting topic too that you brought up about, you know, taking care of yourself so you can better take care of others too. It's such a interesting contrast. Oh yeah, Nyarla, that's also a good point that you were saying about ignorance and, you know, one being out of their ignorance or like pretty much doing the best they can, like being stronger in some ways than other ways. I've always really liked that too. I think raids in a way, raiding really taught me a lot about those concepts, having different classes, different roles, different strengths and weaknesses. Yeah. Okay, Necros, yeah, I really can't say for sure that I will be on Final Fantasy XIV a whole lot over the next few days. The new Angel Vacuum, oh wow. Your dad nearly burned a house down just putting laundry away. Oh my goodness, Zelsign drawing me in a Greek toga or something. I'm sure you could whip that up in like 5 minutes. Like when you do one of your more like free flow, super like sketchy. I like too that you took a challenge that you were having with drawing where you were putting like a lot of time and you still do into your drawings and some more than others. I like though that you like made a deal with yourself basically like, yeah, I want to draw, I want to do this thing, but I'm going to do it in a different way. It's going to be a lot more light, but it's still going to show what you were trying to draw. Not necessarily like lower effort, just less steps, so to speak. Oh my goodness, I'm reaching near the end. Everyone must be asleep by now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, David. Like a 2-hour session. I, I hear you. I hear you too. I hear the whole sleeping. It's so cute. Oh my goodness. Murata needs their coffee. Shaka just never sleeps because they figured out the system. Yeah, they woke up out of the Matrix and they basically realized they became a master of time and space. And Necros, you might not be here right now, but I hope you have a good rest of your day. And Marauder, I see you. I see you. You said, you know what else makes you unstoppable? A line of code. Which is funny because they do programming stuff, but also funny because I know what you're talking about. Oh my goodness, I thought I was near the end. Wait, what the heck? Did it just like update on me? What the heck? Oh wow. Elsie has like some tea. Oh my goodness gracious. It's almost as if MMOs are based off real life. The little monocle emoji. Yeah, that's funny. I'm just reading through some of the deep talk right now. They'd build even more garages with those tools to house even more tools. Exactly. You know, I've heard this manga, Blum, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it looks like Blame. I've heard that mentioned like a few times. And also Torian, the creator of this avatar, along with the Bond avatar, the band. They actually showed me back when they were working on the band avatar, or the light unit, you know. They showed me some of their like inspiration and different things that they were not entirely, you know, pulling from, of course, but just different things for flavor and whatnot. And that manga, like that series, was one that they were referencing, Blame, or whatever it's called. The kind of forever winter vibes. Oh, David, you asked if I ever found that one post. And actually, I was just looking at your message elsewhere. And yes, I was reminded of that post, and I will still need to search for it, and I will find it, and I will destroy it. By reading it, not by actually deleting it. The temporal use of the fire grew over 40 minutes ago. Oh my goodness, it probably came from John C. Like Jackass and John C's fire. That's wild. Yeah, crazy people in crazy survival situations focusing on the next step, the immediate next goal. It's the way to get through tough times and tough situations. And you almost have to. And actually, it's kind of funny. Oh, Gillian. But it's a concept that I really, really liked. I found really, really interesting over time, which is the being in a choir. Like, when you're in a choir, it's like do or die. And more often than not, you do find your way out of the choir. And you kind of find the motivation or the fire to do so. Yet when you really fly out from the choir, there's no choirs. The complacency starts to set in. That's not to say you don't have challenges or hardships, but to be like truly in the choir, it's crazy, like the motivation that comes out. Or you die. Like, not to be, and whatever. But, but more often than not, you actually find your way, like, out of the choir. Now I'm curious if David ever went downstairs and made that coffee. New server cover? Oh yeah, that's cute. Hold on, let me take that screenshot real quick. Got it. Although Marauder, this is just me being nitpicky, but Marauder, if you could move a little bit over to your right, in between myself and Chauncey, it would be like the perfect lineup. Almost. It's almost there. I don't know your pose might adjust. Yeah, that's pretty good. But if you see my hand, if you could position yourself like right kind of where my hand is, with your head near my fingertips. This is the photographer coming out in me. It might actually require you to back up a little bit, but that's probably fine too. I don't want to overstress. That's fine. Yeah, I took the screenshot. Literally requires like math. It's like literal like spatial, like a spatial puzzle. So for example, you'd have to think like not so much in line with the fire for this shot. But no, that's totally fine. It's totally fine. It's perfect. Oh yeah, and then once it's adjusted, it should be perfect. Thank you for being so patient. Got it. Yay. You got a shock over there staring into your soul. Okay, back to reading. Blame is decent? Okay. Oh wow, Nero, that's a wild question. You said, will I ever go to the grocery store and talk like I'm a robot to the cashier? This is something I've thought actually quite a bit about. I would say no. However, it's not entirely true in the sense that I have detected different speech habits. I have detected some differences, but ultimately, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think Blame, I'd probably really enjoy, like, the visual, like, the art style. Oh my goodness, I actually think I'm getting near the bottom. Oh, there's a film? Wait, there's a film based on, is it like anime? That's also interesting, you know, about the concept. I see drums, I must have had a drum moment. If David has the drums, they're usually pretty spot on with doing the drums. That was so funny. He said, bro, finished his coffee an hour ago, and I was referring to David. And David said, took something else that woke me up. Hmm. Hmm. And yes, I just screenshot it. Calculating proximities. Yeah. I've definitely done it. I'm not aware. It is interesting. Okay, I actually reached the bottom. I actually reached the bottom. 2017 anime film. Wow. They're kind of retro at this point. Maybe, of course, a little bit. Well, kind of. Oh, it's an anime too. Okay, interesting. I'm here for groceries. Beef the. Okay, I can't say that when. Oh my goodness, that's so cute. What the heck? Oh my goodness, my fiance is on my lap right now. My Final Fantasy fiance. Wow, that is so cute. They have like red nails. I took a screenshot. So I have like when I've seen things like the totals being like a certain way, or you know, kind of synchronicity vibes. Well, initially though, it's like, yeah, of course, it's fun to point out when like a total is a certain price or something, but it's more so, whoa, when you personally have experienced multiple so-called like synchronicities lining up to that moment. That's interesting. Or that's the first moment, and then there's other moments. But yeah, I've definitely sort of mentioned it, but I don't go out of my way to read too much about it. A lot of people have no idea what you're talking about, you know. So it's usually just kind of like a funny thing. But isn't it also kind of funny that if it's 666, and suddenly everyone's an expert on it? Everyone's like, it's the devil's number. But it is kind of funny how people kind of actually already have some concept of the idea of like, woo. Yeah. It's just, of course, put into like fear rather than positivity. Wait, I'm curious what you were saying. Oh, okay. Radical was saying, giving yourself a speech impediment by VTubing. Like, what's her name saying Pookie all the time? I'm not familiar with that individual. Maybe you're saying Sheena or something? I would do that sometimes. There are some streamers, like VRChat streamers, who use certain vocalizations or mannerisms, and they do it like all the time. And I do also wonder, like, does that ever come out a little bit? I think some, it doesn't, maybe, but like a switch almost. One thing I've noticed is, like, people who talk similar to other people because they're, like, in the same realm. That's always really interesting. Like, there's some streamers who sound and use, like, certain vocalizations, and, like, the way they say certain things, it sounds so similar to, like, other streamers. And it's like almost like a collective speech is developed. It's wild. I mean, I guess that's pretty normal, and you see that in cultures and whatnot. Oh yeah, if the movie has CGI in it, I don't watch it. I only watch purely real, all real stunts. I don't want any CGI, no AI, nothing with an eye. Just kidding. Like, movies like Star Wars are all real, so you know, that's what I watch. Wait, Slipknot. I wonder why you mentioned Slipknot. Because I'm not really familiar with them. And yet I've been becoming more familiar with their name recently. I feel like I might actually enjoy their music. Yeah, more synchronicities are more inevitable than I think, or than in general. Which the topic of synchronicities isn't always just patterns. It's a little bit more complicated in a way, like the conversation of it. And there's been a lot of work and studying of it over the years, but certainly not very mainstream and not very funded. Because, you know, let's be real, that's not going to be a hot topic. I'm glad, Radican, that you've found this time comfy. More numbers, yeah, or of a, don't worry about the numbers. Here, let me actually hide the numbers. There you go. No numbers. There is no war in Boxing Day. Oh yeah, and you know what? I've definitely thought about that too. Clearly I do a lot of thinking. Oh my goodness, that house number joke was funny. But about the VTubers who change their voice, like their pitch and whatnot, and then months later they change it because they're exhausted or they're having like issues and stuff. That's definitely something that I've observed for sure. You talk very different IRL. As in, like, even the words you use and typing. I'm not sure I've really heard you talk a whole lot. I really know fully what you sound like. Oh my goodness, Arvo, what the heck? Phase Connect, which also seems like a pretty unhinged but creative agency. Sheena. She wanted to have a speech impediment because she found it funny. Now she permanently is stuck with it. Okay, that is wild. Yeah, start off just authentically you. Oh my goodness, that would be. I mean, it's so funny you picked up on that. Oh my goodness. If you wanted me to get really behind in reading again, have me talk about the letter I, or the word I should say. Now, granted, in this case, often it's because when I'm reading the comments, and I know too, you might be joking, but when I'm reading what some are saying, they're speaking in the terms of themselves, and so I change how I'm reading it so that those that are listening maybe hear it more like understandably. Because if I were to say I when I'm reading I, then it sounds like I'm saying that. Unless I preface with so and so said, and then I say I, but even then. But there's a lot more to the word I, so that is such a wild topic. Yeah, Arlova has like the room that Nana bosses or Cassandra here. Their apartment room or their free company house room, nice and clean. Totally, there's no clock, there's no numbers. It's just completely sterile and very clean. That's all Arlova's home. It's like whatever that movie is, where the person's afraid of bugs, so they're like in a really sterile environment, and then the bugs like slowly work their way in. I don't know what that movie is. I don't know what that is. I've just seen like a little bit of whatever that is. I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about. You've been watching Star Wars stuff in the background all day at work. That's so wild, picked off. Duality is an awesome song. Where's that by Slipknot? Let me look it up. Oh my goodness, they definitely have a very interesting aesthetic. Oh my goodness. About the pushing the fingers in the eyes. Okay, yeah, there's an artist named Nafra, something like that. I think I've shared some of her covers, or at least one of them, on the VT board. Her cover of Bring Me the Horizon, Doomed by Bring Me the Horizon. So yeah, I guess I'll have to check out this Slipknot group. It sounds so funny to say. I feel like it's been around for a while. Just one little example on the topics of like synchronicities or those concepts, because no one truly, can fully say they understand those concepts. They're just things that are explored. But one concept that was explained as an example many years ago was the idea that you were shopping for a scarf and then you purchased a blue scarf. After purchasing a blue scarf, you kind of like put in an order for it, so you didn't get it right away. After that purchase, you find out that someone you are close to died, and you were very distraught about this death. When you received your order, the person, for whatever reason, gave you a black scarf. And even though you were upset about that Like initially, it was not what you ordered. It so happened that it was oddly timed perfect with the morning of the person you lost. And so concepts like that are explored in the sense of not that you controlled that happening, and not that you intended or wanted that to happen, but rather it seemed to have happened outside of your doing. Was it just a happy accident, or was it something that's existing in between? And so once you understand that sort of idea, that theory, that exploration of thought, then the game control makes a lot more sense because it takes place in between. But, it's much broader. It's an extremely deep topic. And it can get pretty, like, you might want to fall asleep while listening to stuff about it.
Mm-hmm.
For safe travels if you're heading home. Busy Dokoro. She wanted to simulate a stutter. Now she stutters sometimes without trying. She's also from Phase Connect. Okay, alright. Okay, Phase Connect. No, stay away. I'm not signing any contracts. No, I've heard enough. Not that they're bad agency or anything, but... Okay, very interesting. And Sertoff, this is interesting. You said something you asked yourself is what things would be called if we didn't call it what we know it to be. That is also really, really beautiful. I sort of thought, I too have shared that thought. I imagine many who think about things at some point have that similar line of thought, especially when you tie it in with religion and all these things that pretty much tell you this is the way it is, and it's a frog. Boom. Done. Frog. And you're just like, yeah, it makes sense, yeah, frog. Frog. Now obviously in another language you hear a different word, and yet you still associate it with what you know as frog. Like you see the frog right now. When I say frog, you see the frog in your head. Oh yeah, Bird got a new helmet. Yeah. I'm gonna be reading this 6 minutes after the point. Oh my goodness, I gotta see the timestamp. Let's see. I don't know. Wait, timestamps, let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh my goodness gracious. It's been like 7 minutes. Oh my goodness. I think by the time I actually started reading it, I think it was actually 6 minutes. What the heck? Before I found the time. They're learning. They're on to me. I have to do something to throw them off. Okay. Wow. That's insane. Oh yeah, if someone random joined us, that would be so great. That would be so great. Now, if this was VR chat, there would be a mirror in front of us. You have a corner full of paper. You think it was about your weight in paper, full of numbers, symbols, and homework with different subjects. Wow. Yeah, not very good for fire kindling. I mean, if you had to, an emergency, sure, but so much ink. Yeah, Japanese girl, you felt like you had a wild realization that your habit of saying interesting predates OVT, but was definitely heavily influenced by OVT. Slipknot is from the 90s. Wow, so yeah, okay, it's like classical music at this point. Interesting. I'm looking forward to listening to it then. That's gonna be really, really interesting. Although I can say I really enjoyed the cover that the Math person did. I think there is something nice about songs that are sung typically by males, and when you're sung by a female, they can really evoke that energy as well. It's pretty interesting, especially when they have like a deeper voice that maybe goes along with it. The data from Star Trek says interesting. I've never really seen. I've seen like one Star Trek movie, like a more I guess modern one, but that's I knew of that character, but that is interesting. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, interesting. I'm curious. And the other streamer was Nyarla, that he says interesting a lot. Like they were collecting data. And I guess they defecated in their pants. Welcome back, Weaver. Phase Connect is considered a sad girl company. Every single VTuber that enters there has some kind of mental situation, even if they seem normal at first. Okay, well maybe I would visit. Okay, alright, let's see, where were we? Return to Toad. I can't think of Toad without thinking of like acid or something. Not for any particular reason, just like I guess cultural, whatever. Oh my goodness, and even you said I might fit smoothly there. Wow. It needs monkey when you can frog, yeah. Oh my, that's the new thing. There you go. Return to frog. Oh no. The island. Oh my goodness, you see this roadkill frog I talk about whenever I mention frog. Oh my goodness. I wasn't thinking that, but now that you mention it, wow. Wait, Zill's fall art? Okay, I still have to catch up on the art channel for sure. 67 minutes, wow. Read me like a buck. Oh my goodness, can you imagine? You read so many books and that's how you perceive everyone? Like you see them as books? Like different type of books? I guess you could in a way. And I mean, if you wanted to get even more kind of like sweet or almost romantic, everyone is, kind of is a book full of their own stories, their own pages and chapters. And when you get to know someone, I guess you're sort of flipping through those pages and, well, until, Settle sign, wow. Farewell, settle sign. You happily reached the age of 69. That would be a vibe, Japanese women. Yeah, having someone come over and said, we've had someone join us, like multiple people join us in one of the main cities, doing glow sticks on a rock, and wearing pretty much barely any clothes. Data, not data. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, I reached the bottom again. You pronounced data like you pronounced data. Data. Oh yes, I am collecting data. Data for now. I am going to process my data. OET doesn't read, so she isn't a book, she's just an iPod. That's more accurate than I care to admit. Yeah, congrats on reaching the present, yeah. It's already slipping away from me. You heard the person clapping and your brain just left your body. Yeah, you're getting fully lost in the sauce, let's go. For someone that doesn't move at the speed of light, your time dilation is extremely weird. Wait, I need to explain. What do you mean? Let me put a prompt in. Explain it to me like I'm 5. It's so weird being at the bottom though. Come on now. Some of you just had some thoughts. I know it. You sent a message 30 minutes ago, and you did a lot of stuff before I found the message. Interesting. Wow. I have no idea what I mean. You like angels' eyelashes. So like, all the angels, yeah, the eyelashes. There are some that have different facial details, such as like the Konbini angel, as they call her. Safe travels bird. And actually, I think the stream has run for 420. So this beautiful 420 stream, I think we'll go ahead and bring it to a close. This has been beautiful. Oh my goodness, Miarla. Let's see if I can get a little more. Where's the roar? Overtime payment. Oh my. We're reading for over 3 hours. And make sure that will get recharged and put this towards your next goal, whatever that may be. Well, thank you, David. I almost did 감사합니다. I hope that you enjoyed your time. I don't know what it was outside of coffee that you consumed to keep you awake, but... Oh, you're okay, David, and I appreciate it. And if you ever feel rushed, just slow down and you're okay. Well, thank you, Nirala. 감사합니다. Thank you for the hearts too, and the conversation, and the growth, and really all of this. I know that the MSQ was like the main thing, but I'm really happy that in the end, I, went towards what felt right, so to speak. And thank you, Shock, by the way, for let me know and stopping the fire. It really helped. Really, really helped. It truly, really helped a lot. And then for all of us that joined, arts to you. Wow. That's wonderful, Nira. My goodness. That's warm, cozy. You consume water along with your data. Oh no, it's definitely charcoal. Okay, so little lesson from Professor Olo. Professor Rovo, there you go. I don't know why I'm always saying Arlo. What the heck? What the heck? Not reading books, I guess. Rovo. Messages usually move at the speed of light. However, everything else that is not light or an electromagnetic wave, and those two things are the same sometimes. So this causes a time dilation between the moment you said something and the moment that person receives the message and delivers a response to you. Oh yeah, that is really fascinating. Like you're living a whole life in between sending and receiving a response. Oh my goodness. That is pretty interesting. And then you even experience it even more extended when you're on mobile, like on Twitch, and you send a message. There's even like an extra delay. Oh, and Rovo is R-O-V-O. Oh yeah, that's true. Domo arigato, Mr. Rovo Blue. Wow. Literal genius combined with Bird's engineering skills and make a company called Divine Heart. Yeah, you all totally could. Like firing a bullet when there are two moving trains moving at different speeds. The bullet will reach train one at the same time, and they will send you another bullet at another time. The time between those two bullets travel. The trains might be miles away from each other, but the trains are not even on the tracks anymore. Wow. Okay, now we've entered into the advanced UHD chaos theory physics level of math. That is interesting, Yarla. Wait, what was your job, David? I didn't see it. Oh, wait, you said 5-hour energy. Wait, it's something you find easily here in Miami. Oh, okay, yeah. But 5-hour energy might be close. I don't even know. The other might be healthier. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not condoning that, but I don't know. I don't know too much about what's in 5-hour energy. The faster you move, you technically save more time, but something else is moving slower than you. Do you ever think about the exchange of time? Art and Bravo? Like, is that something that's ever part of your schooling and whatnot? I use that term all the time. Like, it's something I personally sort of internally go back and forth on, which is the exchange of time. I also realize it could be used as like a procrastination tool, but the idea of you're like already gonna do something and you're already gonna do this other thing, and you just do them at different times. It wasn't necessarily when you intended, but in the end, it all gets done. And it's just exchanging the time. It's like trading the time slot. I don't know if the exchange of time is something that ever goes into your math and learning, but I always found it to be kind of fascinating. Like when someone feels really down or bad about the fact that they didn't do something in the order they thought they were going to do it in, but ultimately it was going to get done. And so, in a sense, it was an exchange of time. Humans are the only species who are aware of their own time and hill. I saw something today, like a video pop up, that was about like a little fish, like this little thin fish, and it was like profound, groundbreaking discovery of consciousness in the little fish. And it was like a big science thing, but I know it's kind of controversial, but kind of like, math. It kind of seems like a lot of creatures seem conscious, and it's kind of like not always wanted to be acknowledged because it's uncomfortable. Sometimes, like, it kind of conflicts with power dynamics and a sense of, it conflicts with a lot. Yeah. But it's interesting. Two times can be relative to each other and be true at the same time because the perspective changes. One example of things are some cosmic rays, their lifetime measured from Earth. 2 times can be relative to each other and be true at the same time. It almost kind of, well, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it almost seems like a double slit experiment. The fish passes the mirror test. Oh, I didn't watch the video, so I didn't see. But it was interesting. It kind of reminds me of the worm on my shoulder. It looks like the fish. Conflicts with morality. Yeah, exactly. One example of things are some cosmic rays. Their lifetime measured from Earth. should make it impossible for them to reach the Earth. Time from crossing the atmosphere and reaching the soil. However, if you measure the time from the perspective of the cosmic ray, it will reach the Earth and not be destroyed. Two truths at the same time. Measured from the Earth should make it impossible for them to reach the Earth. Time from crossing the atmosphere and reaching the soil. However, if you measure the time from the perspective of the cosmic ray, it will reach the Earth and not be destroyed. Two truths at the same time. It's so interesting. Take care, Tane. Be nice to animals, yeah. I'll have a number one. Bite of the cheese, please. I know what you mean. That is also interesting, so tough, yeah, like the morality, which also seems to correlate with, similar to the cosmic rays. That's so interesting. And yeah, like you were saying, your modus operandi or operandi is to err on the side of caution and generally assume something is conscious if you're not sure, if you're unsure, and that you would not doubt it's baked into our evolution to project ourselves onto others, even things that aren't necessarily alive. Oh yeah, especially like dolls and whatnot, like doll culture and many other things, of course, such as an NPC that you think is looking at you, turning and waving, and then they pass by you and go to their other NPC friends, and you are nothing to them. Oh dear. Yeah, so tough. You like how things make sense, but also make absolutely no sense at the same time. And Robo said, well, to be honest, from your perspective, you usually don't think of the passage of time. You're absorbed by your homework, videos, personal stuff, that you usually don't have time to even think about it. Okay, I absolutely love that you talked about this. I literally just earlier today talked about the exact same thing, about the concept of when you are focused on something, you don't even have the capability really to focus on like the negativity, the fear, the doubt, or whatever, because you're literally just trying to figure out how to like make one little thing work. You're just focused on it. And like being focused literally like washes stuff away. Not that they're not there. Not that they're not there when you're done being focused. But like you said, if when you're like focused on something, these other things, you know, for better or for worse. It's so wild. It's so wild. Ape together strong. No fear, no pain. Just focus and gain. Okay. Well, I think we'll go ahead and say goodbye for now. Don't worry about time. Don't have time to worry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a really good one. And also, all of you in Final Fantasy, I'm waving to you. I course to you. Well, that is interesting stuff. Take care.